Hi, in this video, we are going to get an overview over SAP Build Apps. Imagine you are a business manager and want to streamline processes and improve efficiency of your business, but you are held back by your lack of coding skills. Then, at that situation, SAP Build Apps comes into play. SAP Build Apps allows to create enterprise-grade applications with ease. SAP low-code no-code platform can be used by anyone regardless of their technical background to become an app developer. Let's dive into how this is possible and why it's so transformative for businesses. So, first of all, we're going to know what is low-code no-code is. Low-code no-code development platforms are the tools which enables both business users and programmers to build applications, to improve workflows and collaborative more easily without requiring extensive coding knowledge. Essentially, low-code no-code platforms offers a visual approach to app development using drag and drop interfaces and pre-built components. It allows organizations to quickly develop and deploy applications that meet specific business requirements. Due to this, it reduces the dependency on IT departments and professional developers. Benefits of low code, no code. It is fast and efficient because of pre built components, visual development tools, and the drag and drop features. It is also cost effective as it removes the dependency from the IT departments. It is also accessible to all technical and non-technical users, as both can contribute to the development processes. To make it short, low-code and no-code platforms breaks down the barriers to software development, making it accessible to a broader audience and accelerates the pace at which the business can innovate. Now, coming to who should learn SAP Build Apps. SAP Build Apps is not just for professional developers. It is designed to provide a cloud-based development environment suitable for both citizen and professional developers within the SAP ecosystem. This means that business analysts, project manager, and even end users can learn to create applications that improve their workflows and address specific business challenges. Therefore, it can be used by citizen developers as well as professional developers. Citizen developers, which are not professional developers, but they understand the business requirement and processes deeply. They can use SAP Build Apps to create solutions that directly addresses their respective challenges towards the business. And also by the professional developers who already know the process of developing an application. Now, what is SAP Build Apps? So what exactly it is? SAP Build Apps is a visual low-code development platform designed to enable the creation of enterprise-grade applications without the need for extensive coding knowledge. It offers drag and drop interface and pre-built components that makes it easy for users to create applications quickly and efficiently. Also, it supports both web and mobile application development, making it a comprehensive solution for business looking to deploy applications across different platforms. Another key feature is its integration capabilities. SAP Build Apps can easily connect to SAP and non-SAP solutions, which allows you to integrate your applications with existing systems and databases. That platform is designed to accessible to both citizen developers and professional developers. For citizen developers, the interface and pre-built components makes it easy to get started with build apps and build applications quickly. For professional developers, the platform offers advanced features and customization options, allowing them to create an application which meets specific requirements. SAP Build Apps offers user interface which is very innovative and easy to understand. It can be accessible to create data models and business logic visually. It integrates seamlessly with non-SAP solutions with secure and with pre-built components. We can integrate the non-SAP solutions. Now, why should we choose SAP Build Apps for our applications? SAP Build Apps supports a wide range of application development needs, whether you need to create web or mobile applications. This makes it a one-stop solution for various development needs, reducing the needs to switch between different platforms. One of the main points of SAP Build Apps is its user-friendly interface, and the drag and drop functionality allows user to create applications without writing any code. This makes it accessible to business users who may not have a technical background. SAP Build Apps excels in its ability to integrate with both SAP and non-SAP systems. Whether you need to pull data from an SAP ERP system or integrate with third-party APIs, SAP Build Apps offers integration options. Also, SAP Build Apps is built on the SAP BTP, which provides a collection of tools and services for developing, managing, and deploying applications. This ensures that your applications are not only easy to build but also scalable and secure. Now, as discussed, SAP BTP, what actually is SAP BTP? It is a business technology platform. SAP BTP is a platform as a service from SAP that combines database, data management, analytics, application development, and other technologies. Database includes SAP HANA and other database management tools that helps organizations to manage their data effectively. SAP BTP offers analytics tools to analyze our business capabilities, to plan and predict the steps to be taken for further business requirements. As discussed earlier, that SAP BTP includes application development tools, and one of which is SAP Build Apps, which provides low-code, no-code platform for application development. It also has capabilities to manage advanced technology such as machine learning, artificial intelligence, and the Internet of Things, so-called IoT, to help businesses innovate and stay competitive in the market. SAP BTP offers various services such as integration with RESTful APIs to connect non-SAP system with SAP. It supports SAP authorization and trust management services, as we can use SAP authorization in our SAP Build Apps to separate user roles in our applications. SAP Business Application Studio, or we can call it SAP BAS. In this, we generally create UI5 applications, UI5 and Fury, which are written in JavaScript or XML views. It helps to develop applications or debug tests and deploy SAP business applications. SAP Credential Store. SAP Credential Store is a service in which a user roles, password, keys, and keyrings are stored to authorize a particular user and their roles. SAP Mobile Services. SAP Mobile Services are the applications which are hosted on Android Store and Apple Store to connect with SAP applications like SAP Build Start is an application to view our application during our development. Now, SAP BTP and accounts associated activities with it. This is the structure of SAP BTP platform. It contains platform users and global accounts, which contains different types of account types and entitlements to it. Global accounts consist sub-accounts which has different region, environment, and quota respectively. Environments may have different services and applications and tools. And finally, it connects with the business user, which are the end users to the applications. Platform users. These are the individuals that use the SAP BTP platform to develop and deploy and manage applications and services. Now, global account. The global account is where you manage overall account settings, monitor usage, and handle the billings of the SAP BTP platform. In global accounts, there are account types within SAP BTP, such as trial accounts, subscription accounts, and pay-as-you-go accounts. Each account type offers different level of access and capabilities to different user and organizations. Entitlements, these are the resources and services allotted to the global account. It involves managing the resource allocation to the sub-accounts. Sub-accounts are used to organize and manage different projects, environments, or business units. They can be configured for various purposes, such as development, testing, and production environments. Every sub-account may have different reason. The reason determines the data center location where your sub-account resources will be hosted. Choosing appropriate reason can impact performance and latency to your application. SAP BTP supports multiple environments such as Cloud Foundry, Kaima, and ABAP. Each environment provides different capabilities and services to a specific type of development and development needs for your applications. The quota refers to the limits on the resources you can use within your global account and sub-account. This includes computing resources, storage, and service instances. Now, some of the services which are provided by SAP BTP that can be used within your applications. These includes database services, machine learning, and IoT, Internet of Things, integration services, and more. Applications are the end products that you develop and deploy on SAP BTP. These can be a web application, mobile applications, APIs, or backend services. Applications leverage the various services provided by the SAP BTP. Now, the end users or we can call them the business users. These are the end users who interact with the application developed on SAP BTP. First, we will get to know that what are the benefits of SAP BTP. We can use it to develop web and mobile applications. Also, it can be used to manage advanced technology such as machine learning, NLP, artificial intelligence, and the Internet of Things IoT to help businesses innovate. Also, it supports integration of SAP and non-SAP technologies, which makes it universal tool for businesses processes. In this video, we have explored an overview of SAP Build Apps, understanding the importance of benefits of low-code, no-code platform, and identifying who should learn SAP Build Apps. We have gone through the functionality of SAP Build Apps and its integration capabilities within the SAP ecosystem. Additionally, we have discussed the critical aspects of SAP BTP, including its components, benefits, and how it supports the development and deployment of the enterprise application. Thank you. Hi, in this video, we are going to set up our SAP Build application service through SAP BTP platform. So what is SAP Build? SAP Build is a rapid development of applications and automations application provided by the SAP. It offers simplified and streamlined builder experience by its pre-built components and simple drag and drop feature. The platform provides enterprise-grade scaling and security. It also caters both non-technical business users as well as technical users who have experience to develop apps using coding skills. User can easily digitalize and automate daily tasks as well as complex tasks in their applications. SAP Build enhances coding efficiency for developers. Now, let's get into know what is SAP Build Apps. SAP Build Apps is a visual development of full stack applications where we build application of application front end as well as application back end. And it's low code, no code platform catering to web and native mobile app creation, as we can host them on the web as well as mobile application. Previously, it is known as SAP App Giver. It now integrates backend capabilities like data models into it, and now it is known as the SAP Build Apps. Business users can create enterprise-grade apps across different operating systems without coding. Professional developers experienced reduces coding efforts, particularly in complex data models and business logic, as previously the data models were integrated with the databases of different non-SAP applications, but in this we can create our own data models in the SAP Build Apps itself. Overall, it enhances productivity for both business user and professional developers. Now we will look into the steps how to get the trial account on SAP BTP platform and get into know that how to add the SAP build services to your BTP account and use them to develop SAP build applications. Now go to your browser and search for SAP BTP. Here, open the first link. In the first link, you will get to know that you are on the overview section of the page. Now move to the try and buy section. As you scroll through this section, you will see the pricing of the SAP BTP options. And here is pay as you go option, enterprise option, and subscription option. As per the need of your enterprise as or you as a individually, you can select the subscription option or pricing option from this account. But we are going to see how to get the trial account of the SAP BTP. So we will scroll up and click on request or demo button. When you will request a demo, a form will pop up and you will fill these services and submit it. After that, you will receive a thank you mail from the SAP, and after an hour or 2 hour, you will get the request from SAP that you have got an trial account access. Now, what you need to do after you receive an mail, you will go to your mail and check the mail. This is the mail which I have received on SAP BTP to start our BTP trial account. I will click on this link. Enter my mail ID which I have used. Let me get the mail ID. Here enter your password which we have applied for during the form. You will get an email to register and activate your account, and there you need to add the password. Same password will be entered here. Here it is mandatory to have a phone number, so I will enter my phone number here. Hello. So after entering your phone number, you will be directed to this page. Here you need to click on trial home. Hi. After you will verify your phone number, you will pop up with this page, and then here you will have to decide your region where you want to store or connect your database to your system. This is the US region and this is Singapore region. Whatever closest to you, you will select the region, as it will respond in similar way, as close as possible database response faster. So I will select the US one and create account. It will process through some tasks. It will create a global account and then a sub account and then a organization, and after that in last it will execute the spaces in our SAP BTP trial version. So I will wait for this. It is getting the organization and then it will get the spaces. It takes time as the first time only, and once the trial account is created, it will not take the time in when you are logging in next time. So my execution is completed. All the tasks, global account, sub account, organization, and spaces is created. Now I will click on continue. Here you need to click on go to your trial account, or you can also use quick tool access for other tools in the SAP BTP platform. Now you need to go to your trial account. So click on here. The account creation takes time when you are using it first time, and when you are logging in the next time, it will not take as much time as it would take in first time. So here, this is your trial account which is added in your SAP BTP. And now what we are gonna add a service of SAP Build Apps. So what we are gonna do, we are going to Booster to add a service in the navigation pane here. Here we can see all the tools and services provided by the SAP BTP, and we can add all them. If you scroll down, you can see all the types. Here we will write the build apps. I will click on this, and now you need to click on start. It will again execute and assign the processes and small tasks to create a sub account in SAP Build Apps and add this service as a service in your SAP BTP cockpit. Now I will click on next. These tasks are done. Here we cannot create a sub account because a trial account has some limitations. So the sub account which is already provided us to you, us or you, we will click on this, select sub account, and then click on next. It is a simple process, just we have to click on next. We cannot create a sub account. We don't do this every time. This is only one go process. Now just finish it. All the small tasks are processing. Subscribing SaaS application. It will create the roles of SAP Build Apps in your services. It will assign the roles to the users which are already created during the BTP trial account processes, and it will map the roles in last. We will wait for it. Done here. As soon as the roles are assigned to your SAP Build App services, now you will pop up with this success message, and you need to navigate to your sub account to access the Build Apps service. The loading time dependent upon the region you have selected, as the closest region will have the less latency to your connection, so it will load faster. Now here This is your sub account. All the services assigned to your sub account, we can see it here. So SAP build services are assigned to this sub account, trial account, which we have added in our SAP BTP. So we can go to instance and subscription. Here we can see that 4 subscription were added. One was failed, which we don't need at this time right now, so we will not go through that. We can check the roles by clicking on here, which are assigned to the SAP build apps. These were the SAP build apps which is added service to our SAP BTP sub account. Now I will click on here to go to the SAP build app service to build an application. It will again ask for the mail and password. Let me again check the credentials. Before the login, you will receive an authentication and activation mail to your Gmail. So before login, you need to activate it from here, from there itself, and you need to change the password or create a new password to your account. So go through your mail first and then activate your account on SAP Build Apps. After that, you will come here to write your credentials and login. When your account is authenticated, you need to enter the credential here and continue. This is the SAP Build homepage where you can create your projects inside it. And this is the template, easy to do application. And to create a project in SAP Build Apps, you first need to click on Create, go to and build an application. Now we are going to build an SAP Build Apps application. So we will click on here. In SAP Build Apps, we talked about that we can create front end as well as back end. Here we get the two options to create a back end or front end. So this time I will show you the front end, and in the other video, I will show you how to create a back end of an SAP application. I will click on web and mobile application. I will provide a demo name and click on create. So you have reached to the SAP build development application. Here you can build, drag and drop things to add, to create your application. You can add the logics. We will discuss this in our later video. Till then, it was a great tutorial to build an application and to access your trial account. You will get access to your trial account of for 3 months as we have seen earlier. Till then, in the next video. Hi, in this video we are going to learn about basics of build apps. So as we already know that SAP build apps is a visual programming environment for both citizen and professional developers to create enterprise ready custom software without writing any code. That is low code, no code platform. Building in the web app in SAP build apps. To start building in SAP Build Apps, you need to navigate to the Launch tab and then select Open Build Services or Open Preview Portal to preview it. We can preview our application in our web as a web, or we can use a client mobile application to view it in our devices. The UI canvas is the background of the app where you drag and drop components like text fields, input boxes, buttons, and images. Every component has properties that can be bound to static text variables, backend data, or formula. You can group component using container components and manage the layout effectively. Also, it has components for listing the large data entries like list item, icon list item, and the search bar for the featured UI components in SAP Build Apps. The role of user interface in an app. The UI covers what will you and able to do in the app. UI will not only defines elements that can be seen, but it also defines some of the basic interactions in the app. No code development environment is typically equipped with set of tools for creating a UI like components, drag and drop feature of the logics, etc. In SAP Build Apps, components are powerful key to building apps easily and quickly that meets company business processes. Most diverse needs and enrich work processes also. It supports complex processes of business environment. A simple description of components is that they are fabricated code pieces that can be used as building blocks with predefined function to design the UI and enable the bridge to use logics. As a component, it contains 5 simple rules. That is, it must be adaptive style, it must be interactive to the user, the connection and extensibility must be stable within the component, and it should be a responsive for web as well as mobile applications. Also, it includes various logic at the backend. Now, the components also contains buttons, text, images. These are the components which comes under the forms. Forms make it easier to take inputs from the user, and images makes it interactive. These are the some demo applications which you can see that images are used and containers are used to make our application more friendly and more interactive to the users. Form components, it is useful for adding shapes to your app. for user interaction. Button components, it is commonly used for triggering any actions like navigating to another page or applying a complex mathematical logics or anything else. Input and password fields are the basic inputs which allows user to enter information for storage and display for authentication. Checkboxes, drop-downs, and slider provide a unique way for users to select predefined values. Now, these are some input fields and search item. This is the list component, and this here is the search for applied on the list. This is toggle button, and now list components are has some features which is connection to the database, like it lists components in SAP build labs are typically connected to a database where the storage is located, and list can display temporary information from the app combined with users or input or result from function and forms. List can connect to data information from the internet or other SAP or third-party solutions via interface. Lists can also display multiple pieces of information, including images and icons, for enhanced visualization. It uses properties component for dynamic or targeted display for information within lists, as explained in the next lesson. We will discuss the list property in our next lesson. These are the containers, scroll view, and rows which we can include in our application. Container helps to modify the layout of our application. Scroll view helps us to add a large data entry to our application. Row helps to slide our data horizontally. And the properties panel includes some properties of the components, as we can change dynamic appearance and functionality of the component. The settings in the properties differ depending on the chosen component and allow easily adjustment of the components on the UI. The properties panel on the right display, as you can see here, um, here these are the properties panel. Here we can change and modify our settings for each component. The properties of each components are differ respectively. The properties panel on the right uh, displays properties of selected components. Default properties must be vary for different components. Also, the bindings in SAP can be done by using static text, which are hard-coded values, data and variables, which we can create in our UI canvas by toggling the view and variable button. And the formula, these are the formulas, math formula we can apply, and some built-in formulas are there which we can apply. We will see further in our next video how to use formula in our application. Also, we can bind our component with a data item like a big database, and component properties, like if we want to use the property of different component in our uh, present component, then we can use that component property itself, or we can also use the components property itself in on the component also. We can map the data from the OData or RESTful APIs. Bindings contains versatile bindings. Component properties can bind to static values, variable values, or other components as discussed. It has adaptability. This allows components to be used in various ways to fit different needs. Static arguments, for instance, a text component can have static names and as a default method. Dynamic components, data variables can be linked to a UI component to display dynamic data. Unlimited option means dynamic content can include user-specific text, time, date, etc., made possible by various binding types of component properties. Now there are some advanced properties like tree layout. Tree basically it is a page layout where you use your components to layer it accordingly. Like if we want to create a container which contains customer information and customer picture, then it has a separate layer, and the product view has a separate layer. These are the layouts which are layered accordingly to the application as you have built on. You can rename them as per the need and requirement for your applications. Some more dynamic properties are there, means advanced properties, like it is visible, that is very useful to the dynamic control about how users can see components and content they need. The visible properties can be bound using the binding that enables dynamic control of the component visibility. And also default visibility to false. You need, if the default visibility is false, then you need to use the tree view to select the component again. Now repeating a component. If you want to repeat a component, means you want to add a list component where the items are repeated, then we can select the components label and then bind it to the database so that the repeated element can be seen in our application when we preview it. We can apply themes to our application as per the needs, as it has dark mode and other themes which are accordingly described here. It also contains theme variables and fonts. We can also add our custom fonts to it and use theme variables to add it into our applications. Now we can use layouting, as you can see on the right panel here. Here is the layout option. In the layout option, you can set the positioning and the width height of the component which you are using in your application. Applying style and layout. So this is the same as we have already discussed. Like we can use this style tab here to change colors or their dynamic components value and properties of the component accordingly. Generally it contains for customizing our view of our components. These are the some button styles. As you can see that some buttons are already defined in the style tab. If we will create a button in our SAP builder, then build apps builder, then we can see that there are various button options which are available already in the style tab menu. Style classes. SAP uses various classes, like it updates its older version to a newer one. The newer version is called SAP Horizon. These are the style classes which are used recently. You can also edit classes and create your own style. This offers advantage. You can adjust it even more precisely with the possibility of settings. Many other style settings, whether you now want the component to be rounded at the corner, have a shadow, or font type is adjusted, like all the CSS property in our applications as we do in our web applications are available here. We can also change the colors of our background according to the requirement. It can be also dynamic. You can also use layout tab to configure the layout components and layout of the selected page or component. The page layout can be achieved by using space on a free area. This makes it possible to change the alignment of components on the page. at the same time, which are then aligned to the left, center, or right, as you can see here in the video itself. Click on layout and then go to width and height, or go to full width so that it touches all left and right horizontally, and we can position them as per our need. We want in the middle or the left as per the needs. We can use Z index to layer out our component towards our application. Like if we want to come up at the top of the application for any components, then we can increase our Z index to the higher value so that it displays on the top. Now space between components. In the layout section, we can use space between components tab to display our components margin or padding as we want. Like here we have given a top spacing 20 pixel, so there is the gap of 20 pixel for the upper box of this element. Thank you. Now let's get to the practical process of the application. This is our builder view. Here in the left panel, you will get the categorized component in the form of display, forms, layout, and list. In the display section, we can see the components which can be used as a static display, which makes your application more interactive and user friendly. And then in the in form section, we generally get the elements which are meant to be created for user inputs, like button, input fields, checkboxes, drop downs, etc. Further, we get the layout section where those components are listed, which helps to define the design and the design of the application components. And then last, we get the list section where we can see components which use repetitive data to list them in a view. Also in the left panel, if you will go to the top, you will see 3 tabs: core, by me, and installed. In the core tab, all the basic and classical components are available. In the by me panel, you will get to see the composite or custom components which are created by you. And in the installed panel, you will see the components which are installed from the marketplace. If we will click on the marketplace, then we will get to see various complex and designed components which can be installed and then be used in our application. We can find these installed components of marketplace in our installed panel. The marketplace is also categorized in 3 sections: view components, flows, function, and data, where flow function and data includes components which are related to logic and data sources like REST APIs and more. And then in updates, we can see the components which has been updated by build apps and are installed in our application. And then if we will go back and exit it, in the right panel, if we will select any component, you can see the properties of that component. We get 2 windows here, one for customizing the UI component. Let me zoom it. One is for customizing the UI components, and the other one is for tree structure of components which we used in our applications, like layering. These are the labels and buttons, so they are assigned or layered accordingly. And then we will see in properties section, we get to see and adjust all the properties which are categorized for components dynamic or static values, and also some featured properties which are available as per the components functionality. Like if we will click on here, it gets the label property, value, placeholder. If we want to change the text which is written here, like I want the type itself only, then we can remove it here, and the here is gone from here also. So accordingly, as per the component, it changes its properties. Now in style section, we can edit the component UI by clicking on the arrow. Like this is the custom UI which I have created, but if you want to edit the standard UI, then you need to click on this arrow and then edit button. So here you get the styles, all the styles to edit your component inside your application. You can increase the border width, like I want it thin or extra thick, and then exit it. Now in the layout section, we get the padding, margin, positioning option for our components. Like I want to increase the gap above in this application, then we maybe it's not available for this, and I want to adjust to grow to full width for this component, then I will click on here to grow it full. Similarly for the position, as per the alignment we want in the our application, we will adjust it towards it. Now we will see the tree window. It has all the components which we have added in our application. These components are layered accordingly as per the components positioning and grouping in the application. Now this is our UI canvas. So here we can adjust our perspective according to our dimensions from here. As we can see, there are multiple devices. As we can, if we want to build our application for Android tablets, then we can use this perspective Samsung Galaxy Tab 10, so that it makes it easy to create an application for a particular device. And if we will click here, then we can switch between views and variables. We will explore more about variables in our upcoming sessions. Now let's get to the launchpad. Let's see now how we can access our application in our devices. But before that, let me save the application so that the changes gets reflected to the application preview. Now go to the launchpad and then click on open preview portal. From here, if you want to preview your app, then you can click on open web preview and then select your application to preview it. Like I want to preview this application. So here is the application, and if you want to preview it on your device, then you need to install an app called SAP Build Apps in your devices. Like I will go here again, and these are the apps link. You can get it on Apple App Store and Google Play Store. After that, once you open the application, go to the other login option in your application. From there, select the edition as per the region of your SAP BTP, which we have selected during the trial activation. After that, you need to click on generate code button, and then once a code is generated, you will need to enter that code here and confirm your PIN. After this is successful, you will get to see the preview of your application on your devices. Now let's get back. to our application. Now let's get to the theme section where we can theme our application as per our needs. Here we can customize colors, themes, and fonts. Also, we can adjust custom fonts using theme variables here. We can add font family here to use a custom fonts in our applications. These are the predefined fonts which are available here itself, and I can add the font file to use a custom font in for our application. Now coming to navigation, but first let me show you the app preview. Yes. I'm sorry. This here we here we are getting the name of our page at the top and the navigation panel here. Now let's say that we want to remove the header and add some more navigation elements to our navigation panel here. So we will go back to our navigation tab, and if we want to remove the header, then we will click on here and disable it from properties. Once it is disabled, you can see it in your application that the header is not coming now. Now if we want to remove our navigation, then we can do the similar process. Click on navigation menu, and then from properties you can disable it. But remember, you must need to select the page which you have disabled. Now save the application and go back to your preview of your application. As you can see, we have removed the navigation panel from here. Now let's enable it again. Once enabled, if we want to add another item like this was the home page, like this was the home page, and I want to add one more item, so I will click on here and then add an icon to the navigation icon as we want, like we want to navigate to the mail option. Then I can change its name and assign a page to our application. The pages can be added to our application from here. If you will click on here, then you can add page. Like let me do that. Mail. Here I will change the heading. This is mail navigation. I will save the application. Go back to navigation. Select the navigation menu. Select the mail navigation, and then here you need to select the mail page. Oh, I removed it. Sorry, my bad. Now I will save it here. Now go back to your app preview. You can see the mail component here, which if you will click on here, then you will move to your another page. Now go back to home page. Now let's discuss about data. In the data, we can integrate our data entity, which can be created as per the backend of your SAP build application here. And also we can integrate, if we scroll down, we can integrate with SAP's OData, RESTful APIs, and Google Firebase with our applications. Now in the authentication, Authentication is used for authenticating the non-SAP integration to our build apps. For example, when we integrate an OData service, uh, then we need to authenticate the service to use it each time. Therefore, this method can automatically authorize a user access to the services which we use and add in our application. And in the help section, you get the documentation for SAP build apps from where you can get the reference, and SAP community here where various other developers helps each other to understand the process. Also, you can access the below learning path, which is very useful as I have gone through it, and to track use this below learning track to get more practical implementation, as it is very helpful for the beginners. Therefore, this was the end of the video, and this was the UI canvas. Until we will discuss all the left topics in our next video. Thank you so much. Hi, in this video, we are going to learn about variables in SAP Build Apps. Now let's see what variables is. Variables are the temporary data which holds some value to it. These variables will be used further as a backend system to access the value it has. There are 5 different types of variables available in build apps: app variable, page variable, page parameters, data variable, and translation variables. App variable in build application exists globally, which means we can create an app variable and then we are able to access the variable in any page of the application, as it supports global scope for the variables. For page variables in build apps exists only for the page for which they are created, which means that we will not be able to access the page variable in other pages. To access the value of page variables in different pages, we must pass it as a parameter for another page. Therefore, page parameters can only be able to read by another pages, which means that the original page value of the page variable will not be changed if any changes is done through the next page of parameter variables. For data variables, the scope is similar to the app variables, which means it can be accessed globally from any pages. But the data variables holds values which are generally bind to the backend data or database. Similarly, for translation variable, this allows you to translate text from one language to another. Now, to define a variable, we first need to go to the UI canvas and then click on the toggle button as shown in the image here. And after that, from the left panel, as we can see here, we select the variable type, then click on add app variable to add a variable according to your need. Now, the usage of app variable is to create such variables which are not necessarily stored in the backend database. Similarly, we create page variables if we want to specify a variable for a particular page. We can see uh, here different pages by we can see our page variables for different pages by clicking on top left page text here as shown here. If the variable is assigned in different page, then you need to click on this page text, and then once you clicked on this page, you will be able to see the page variables which are assigned. If you are on different page, then you will not be able to view your page variables of another pages. Now, once the app or page variable is defined as a variable, then we can toggle back to the UI canvas by clicking on the toggle button and select the component which we need to bind with a parameter. Like if I want to bind this text with a parameter variable or page variable, then we will select this component. After selecting the component on the properties panel, here we can see and bind the variable with the component by clicking on the icon shown here under the value text. Now let's consider a scenario in which you want to create an app variable. Then you first need to click on toggle, then go to variables and select the app variable from here or whatever you want to create. After that, go to your variable section and then click on add app variable. After clicking on add app variable, now you can just enter the initial values from the properties panel which are available on the right panel. Now here you can see how the scope of app variable works. Once the app variable is created, then you can access it from any pages if you want. Similarly, page variables. Page variables exist in the context of single page. If we will try to access it from another page, then it will not be available in the variable toggle. Also, the values of variable page variables reset each time if it is changed, because whenever we navigate to another page, uh, the initial page gets removed, and then when we go back to the initial page, the values gets reset. Also, we can also access the variables using formulas like page variables, and we can use the page varies to access the page variables. We will learn more on this in our upcoming session about the formulas. App variables exist in global context and gets reset whenever the app opens. We are discussing the same property of the formula for the app variables also, as whenever the app opens the first time or when it is closed and reopened, it gets reset. We can access the app variables using app vars in our formulas. Now the data variables. Data variables are the variables which stores data from external sources like SAP's OData or data entities or RESTful APIs. Unlike app and page variables, which has single logic only, data variables has its own logic canvas where we can apply multiple logics to display the data. Data variables can hold collection of data records, single data record, and can also be used for creating a new data record. These are some common sensor variables which are commonly provided in mobile devices. These sensors can be used by build apps to get the value of GPS, angular velocities, and atmospheric pressures. Also, magnetic field values and acceleration values. That's it. Now we will see the practical implementation on SAP build apps. Here we're gonna create a new project for a build an application and then select the build apps. We are creating a front end. Provide it a project name and then click on create. Now I will remove this heading and text. First, what I will do, I will drag a card or I will use a container and then I will use an input field or two input fields in the similar container. As you can see in the tree structure, we have two input fields assigned in the container itself. I will rename this as from here I will rename this as a first name and here I will rename it as second name or last name. Now what I will do, I will add a button to get a result which combines these both first name and last name. Now what I will do, I will click on this toggle button and create a variable. I will just create a page variable because I want to keep the scope in page itself. I have only one page created here, that's called home page. So I will create my first variable in our page variables. Now when you navigate it to the page variables, then click on add page variable. A new variable will be added and here you can set the name of the variable. I will just choose here first name and I want to keep it as a text. I will add another variable as a last name. This will also be available as a text value type. Now I will combine these both and to an result. So I will create a third variable as a full name. No, I will save it, toggle back to your UI canvas. And what you need to do, you need to select this component and then bind the properties of this component to your variable. For that, I will click on the icon below value here. And what I have created is data variable. So I will select here and I I have created a variable in page variable. So page variable is available, whereas app variables and data variables are not available as shown here the icon where it is written this category has no available options at the moment. So I will select page variables. Now here I want to bind the first name with this component. So I will select first name and then save. Similarly, I will select the second component of last name and then bind it to the last name and then save. We can also change the preview value of the components, input components, by clicking on the component. We will again go to the bindings, and then from here we can change the optional preview values as per our need. Like I want to write here first name and then save it. Then the user will see the preview value as first name here. Now I need to combine these both first and last name in our value. But first, let us see that how our app looks. I will go to the launch section and then click on open preview portal. And then open web preview as I want to see the web preview of my apps. So my application was variables demo. I will open it. This is our app preview. So we can write here anything. Let me Rahul Sharma. And then what I need to do when I click on this button, then a text will pop up here which contains Rahul plus Sharma, both combined name as a one text. So go back to your UI canvas. Now I have to apply the logic on this button itself. So I will change the label of this button as combined name. Now when you will see the below bar where add logic is here, click on it. Here you can add the logic on different components. So I want to add an logic to this component. But first I will need to add a text variable which is binded to the our result. So I will add the text variable from the left panel and then bind it using content. From here I will go to data and variables and then select the page variable, and then I need to select the full name where I want to store our combined value of our name. After that, click on save. That's it. Now, when I will click on this button, these both name will be combined and then assigned to this variable, and this variable will pop up when the button is clicked. So what I will do, I will click on this button, but after clicking on this button, scroll down from the core tab of logic canvas and you can see that set page variable component here. Drag it to the canvas and then assign it the logic like this. Now click on set page variable. Here the variable name is already assigned, but if it is not assigned for you, then you can click on this icon and then go to page variable and then select the first name. Click on save. But I don't want to assign the first name to our results. I want to assign both names to the result and then show them in the application after clicking on the button. So after the event component tab, it means that whenever I click on this button, then it will follow the logic which is described in the logic canvas. So whenever I am clicking on this icon, I will go to the variable name here and set the assigned value as I will select the variable first. I want to store the data in full name variable. Click on it and save it. Now go to assigned values and click on the icon and click on formulas. Now here I will select the page variables, search for page, and then from here you can see the page where's dot first name is available. So I can select this first name and then use the icon, use the syntax plus, and then give a space, and then again plus. Use the second last name, click on the last name and select it. Now save this. Now after entering first name and last name, whenever I click on this button, I, for, I spelled it wrong. Whenever I will click on this button, this event will be launched, and then set page variable will be activated. After this, our result variable which we have assigned in the variables as a page variable will be assigned to this component. Now let's preview what our apps look like. Here I will again enter Rahul Sharma. Combine the names. As you can see, our names are combined as we wanted. Now go back to your UI canvas. Now let's beautify container. Click on the container, and here we can style our container as standard styles we can use, and also we can create a custom styles, but I'm going to use a standard styles which is primary card. Here I'll save it. It makes your application look more beautiful and interactive. As you can see here, it looks nicer than earlier. Now what I will do, I will create an app variable. Go to toggle this and go to the app variable. Now what I want to do is add a variable as an app variable and use it in different pages. So add a app variable as a title. Now give it the same type as a text, and I will assign it a initial value, as I am not gonna change it in any pages. I will add it as a variables demo. Save it. Now this is my home page. Now I will create another page. Second page. I'll just delete this and use it as a style. Uh, Let me add a text. Now go back to your home page. Add a text here also. I want to use similar text which was assigned in the app variable in multiple pages. So I will assign this variable, this component, to the app variable. Now I will click on this icon below content. Go to data and variables. Go to the app variables and select the title. Save it. Similarly, do this same with our second page. Click on component. Click on this content icon and then go to data and variables and then select the app variables and then title. Save it, save it again. Now what I will do that there is no logic behind navigating to our next page. So we will not be able to see that. So I will create a navigation. In the navigation menu, I will add one more navigation as a second page. Select the page from here as a second page and then save it. Now go to your preview, click on second page. As you can see, the variables demo, which was assigned as a app variable, can be accessed through both pages, home page and second page also. This was the scope of app variable, as we can use our app variable globally in our application. Now we will see how page parameters work. Go to your home page. Now what I want, this variable as a full name, which we were using in our page variable itself, in this page uh, here. But we will see that in our second page and select it, there is no page variable available. But I want to use our full name, which was assigned in our home page, in our second page. For that, we need to assign a page parameter to this application, to this page. So what we will do, toggle back to the variables, go to page parameters, and then add a parameter. Parameter should be created as a full name here, and the type would be same as the full name we assigned in our home page. Now save it, go back to your home page. Now I will add a navigation button, navigate to our second page. So I will add a new button here. I will change it to navigate to second page. I will go to my logic panel again, logic canvas, and then firstly select the button, and I want to navigate. So I will select the open page from the navigation section of the logic canvas and drag this and drop it to the logic canvas. Now connect these components and select the navigation part. Now here I want to open the page variable. If the page which you want to select is not selected already, then you can click on this icon and select that page. Now what we have done, that in parameters of second page, we have created a variable called full name as a page parameter. So it is showing up here that our second page accepts a parameter which is full name of type text. So I will click on this icon and bind that item to our full name of home page. I will click on here, go to the data and variables, go to the page variables and select the full name. Save it. Now let's go back to our second page. Here I will add a new text which stores the value of full name which we are importing as a parameter. Click on the component and then click on the icon below content here. Go to your data and variables. Now this time I want to bind my component with the page parameters. So I will select the page parameter here and then select the full name and save it. Let's go back and preview our application, how it looks. This is my application now. I will enter the name, Rahul. I will combine the names. Now Rahul Sharma name is assigned to our full name variable. That full name variable will passed to the our second page variable as a parameter. Now when I will click on this button, then full name as a Rahul Sharma will be shown up in the second page, as you can see here. Now we will be discussing the data variables, how we can create a database or use a RESTful APIs or OData services in our SAP build applications. So I will create a new page for that. Add a new page. I'm deleting this. Now here, to add a data variable, we will again toggle back to variables and go to our data variables. Here, we will add the data variable from our data section where we import our RESTful APIs or OData services or data entities which is backend created on the build apps itself. So here as you can see that add data variable button is disabled because no data entity is available right now. So I will create a data variable first, data entity first. Go to the data section. Now create a data entity from here. I will name it as a student table. Create a data entity. Now I want to add a parameter as a roll number. Maybe it doesn't. Okay. And then use it as a text. Add new field as a name. Add. Now you can save it. To add data entries in this data entity, we first need to go to the browse sample data, and then from here I can remove this first and then add a new record, or also we can import data from external services, but here I will add just few data. I will assign a one. I will save record. These are the four data which I have added in our data entity. Now I will use these data in our SAP Build Apps to show these data in our table. Save this and go back to your UI canvas. Now when I will toggle to the variables and go to data variable, this add data variable button is now enabled. From here I will select the data entity which I have created, which is student table. Select this. As you can see in the right panel, we can assign multiple functions like filter condition, if we want to filter our database or order our database, and also paging and the fields which we want to display in our data entity. I will save it. Now go back to your UI canvas. You first need to go to marketplace, as the table component is not available in our core components. So go to the marketplace and search for table. Select this basic table with the data adapter and install it. Now all the installed component can be available in the install tab itself. From here you can access the installed components. I will drag this and drop it here. Now I will configure the table resources with our data entity. So click on configure and select the student table as your data service. From here you can add a text or name value to assign the heading to our data entity. Like for roll number I need to add roll number, and for name I will just assign it name. Save and exit. Save it. I will again add this page to our navigation tables page. I will change the icon so that we don't get confused. Save it. Now go and preview your application. Maybe I've done something wrong. Go back to UI canvas, edit configuration, remove this, save it. So the reason why it was not showing up there, because we need to launch it again and then turn on the toggle of our data entity which we have created. Go to open preview portal again and open web preview. Now here you need to select the variables demo, and you need to turn on the toggle student table of your data entity which you have created, so that the data which is available in student table gets accessed by these applications. Go to open preview. Now if I will toggle to or navigate to our tables page, I am able to see the values which we have entered in our data entity. Now this was the use of data variables. Similarly, you can use the data variables for your OData APIs and RESTful APIs. Now we will cover how the translation variable works. Go back to your home page. Now, let's say you want to convert an English word to Hindi. Then add a text first here. Toggle back to your variables and create a translation variable. First, I need to select the language. I will select the English first here. Now, another language which I want to select is Hindi. Now, add a translation variable. The translation variable which I want to create is, I will name it as a translation of hello. Hello. I will assign it as a, go to the Google, hello in Hindi. Let's copy it. Go back to your application and paste it here. Now save it. Go back to your view or UI canvas again. First, you need to go to marketplace to access the translation variable, and whenever you want to apply a logic to your translation variable. So go to your marketplace and search for language. Select this and install it. Now add a button which translates the variable which we have created here. Add the label as translate. Now select the component of translate button and go to the logics, and then drag and drop the installed component which we have recently installed, which is language. Set the current language, select this, and from this drop down select the Hindi. Now save it. Now what will happen, whenever I click this translate button, it will convert this variable into Hindi. But first I will need to assign this to our translation variable. So I will go and below the content, I will click on this icon and bind it to our translation variable. Go to the translation variable and select this. Save it. Now save the application as a whole and go to your preview. From here, as you can see that hello text is available. Now when I will click on this button, it should convert the hello text to Hindi. That's called Namaste. As you can see, on clicking on the translate button, it converted the our variable. Now we will see some sensor variables which we can apply in our logics or use it from our logics. This, as I am not using any device, I am accessing this application from browser itself, and it is not possible to access a device for me, but you can access it from your device if you want, as we have discussed how we can preview our application on our mobile application. So you can take a photo or use a sensor called GPS in your logic canvas and get the values of your GPS location and set the variable using your set app variable component from logic canvas and set page variables from your logic canvas. So this was it for today's video. I hope you liked it. In our next video, we are going to learn more about formulas in build apps. Thank you. Hi, in this video, we are going to learn about formulas in SAP Build Apps. So what is formula in Build Apps? Formulas are the expressions that has the ability to manipulate data or variable properties. This allows user to perform calculations or transformations on data before it is displayed in a component or sent to a data source. Also, we can apply formulas on any component which are already displayed according to our requirements. Now, dynamics text in build apps are the texts which can have dynamic values and can be changed during the runtime. We can add dynamic nature to a text by using formulas when we are binding our text components. Now, to create a dynamic text in build apps, we can follow these steps. First, drag and drop the text element in the UI canvas. Then, set the name for the text component from the properties panel. Now, toggle back to variables and create a variable of type number. Give it an initial value if you want, and then toggle back to your UI canvas and then bind the text component with the variable which you have created in variables tab. And then in the logic canvas of the text component, add a logic called set page variable and connect it with the component tab event. After that, bind the assigned value with formula to make it dynamic as per the requirement. In SAP Build Apps, we can perform simple mathematical operations like addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division. There are also some easy to use formula functions which are available in Build Apps. Formula functions in Build Apps are used to create expressions which can manipulate data within application runtime. These functions helps to calculate and perform operations on various different types of data, such as numbers, strings, dates, and Boolean values. The functions are already categorized and available in Formula Editor, which makes it easy to use and select. Also, each function have their implementation of some examples values in Formula Editor, which helps to understand the implementation of formula function. We can also change the arguments to view runtime working of the formula function at the same time of selection. Also, we don't need to be worried about the algorithm which is being used behind each formula function, as it adds up the algorithm to your application without worrying about the logic behind it. There are various formula functions and system variables, as well as the sensor like GPS, which can be accessed via formula editor. And whole process of using formulas is very simple for everyone, whether you are pro or just started using it. These are some formula operators which we can use in our formula editor to change or modify any data, or just want to use multiple formula function at one time. These can also be used for various mathematical operations. These are some formula variables which can be used to display or can be bounded to a component of our build application. Some of the formula function which we use regularly are categorized into text section. This section of the formula function allows a wide range of functions to edit, replace, format, analyze, or search text in our application. Then comes the data section, where various functions are available which are related to date and time, like getting the current date and time, or counting days between two dates, etc. There is also a separate section for list operation, where functions like counting the number of elements inside a list are available. Also, we can see a mathematical section where various mathematical formula functions are available and can be performed on our data by using it in our formula editor. After this, we also have a utility section where functions such as checking the validity of an email is available. Now, let's get to our implementation. To again log into the BTP cockpit, we need to search the SAP BTP cockpit and then sign in again. After logging in, go to your trial home. Now go to your sub accounts. I have already created one, a trial account. Now go to your instance and subscription in your overview of SAP BTP cockpit or trial which you have accessed from your sub account. Now go to your SAP build apps. Enter your email and password again. Now we will create a new project for formulas. Now this is our development page. Now First, let's see what type of variables and functions are available in our formula editors. Like if you want to see where are the formulas, you just need to click on a component and then click on any of these icons and then go to formula. Then click on this. You can clear this or leave it as it is. Here in the left panel, as we can see that there are various sections are available: app variables, data variables, page parameters, page variables, and various different variables. But as you can see, there are no variables which are already created yet in app variables or data variables, or is it page parameter. So now what we will do is first go to your variables and then create some variables. This app where give a initial value to it. This is app variable. Now go to your page variable and create another variable which is page where, give it also an initial value. Page variable. You can also provide page parameters and data variables and then translation variables, but we are going to see only app variables and page variables as we want to see them in our formula editor. Now save it. Go back to your view section, and then we are going to assign the app variable to our title bar and then page variable to our text. Now first let's assign a app variable to our title bar. Go to the icon and click on this. Now select the formula, and as you can see here, you need to clear all of this, the formula editor, and then click on app variable. You can see the variable which we have created in the variables toggle is being shown here. So you can double click on it or just select and enter to get it into our formula editor. Now this app variable is assigned to the title component which we have created in our application. You just need to save this and then save it again. Now save the whole application from here, and as we want to preview the application, go to the launch and open preview portal. Now open web preview. This is the application which we have created. Now click on open. As you can see, the variables which we have created, the app variable, and assigned the initial value as this is my app variable, is currently being shown up here. Similarly, we can do the same thing with our text field. Click on the component and go to the icon below content and then select it. Again, for binding, go to the formulas and then click on the formula. Clear all of this. Now, what we want to bound is page variable. Go to your page variables, and then as you can see here, page variable is available already, or you can just write it down and you will see the example of variables which you have created in your variables toggle. Like if I want to say search a page variable which we have created, I will just enter page, and then all the page related function formula functions or variables are shown up here. So from here I can select my page variable by double clicking on this. Now save it. Again save it. As you can see, first let me save the whole application and then go again. As the page refreshes, you can see that our text variable is also changed, which is page variable. Now let's see where we will create a two input fields and then use a formula function to create application and different concepts on them. So I'm gonna delete this for now. Let's add a container. In this container, we will add two input fields. I will just add input fields for the first name and the last name. So this is my first name. Click on the second component and then change the label as last name. No value is assigned right now to any of these. So we will create a variable for both of them. Now I can remove this variable which we have created in app variable or page variable, as we don't have to use it. Now in the page variables, you need to add a page variable for the first name and the second name, last name. Now first variable, I want to give it as first name. I want to keep the value type as text. Now this is my last name, and I will create another variable which will store the result or just final name. Save this. Toggle back to your view section, and then here you can add a button. Drag this button and drop it here. Now I will change the name of the button as get the corrected name. Now I will enter the first name, last name, and will get the concatenated result in our result as a text. So I will add a title, or you can add any of the title or text. I just want to add a title because it will show it as a result. And then in the layout section, if you want to align it in the middle, then go to the layout section, and then you can see that text align is available here. From here you can just select center. The result will be on center. Now save it. Go to your properties again. First, what I'm gonna do is to connect or bind the first name with our variable. Select the component and then under the value, click on this icon. You can access the variable from formulas also, and then from data variable also. Let's apply the first name as a data variable. You can see here the first name variable which we have created can be shown here. Now select it and then save it. Now last name, we are going to bind it with the formulas. Select it from here and then go to your values. Now go to your formula. Again click on this. Now you want to bind the value of the component with our page variable. Go to your page variable section and then select the last name. Now save it. As you can see, the last name component is now connected with the or binded with the variable which we have created in variables toggle. Now both are binded to the variables. Now I have to apply the logic on this button to get the corrected name or concatenated name in the result which we are going to show in our title text. So click on this component, go to the logics panel. Now on component tab, I want to assign a variable, like I want to set a variable. So that variable is in page variable. So I will drag this and connect it with the component tab. Now click on this variable, set page variable. Variable name should be the result name or the final name, as it is already connected. But if in your case it is not connected, then you can click on this icon and then go to your page variable and then select it and then save it. After your variable is connected, now you have to assign the value. So I want to assign the value which is connected, which is concatenated result of first name and last name. So click on this. Now for that operation which we want to do, you first need to go to formulas and then click on here, clear out this. Now get the first name which is the input from the user. Let's say the first name FIR. Select the page variable from here, and then I want to add a space between both first name and last name. So I will just add a string up here and then again add a plus icon to concatenate. Again I will search for last name. Now what I'm gonna do is save. Now the result will have the access to your variable. Now save the whole application as the logic is completed for this button. Now preview your application. Let's enter a name. Click on get the correct. It may have some issue. Yes, so I have not assigned the variable to my title. So I need to assign the final name variable to this title. So for that, what I will do is click on here, and on the headline tag, you need to click on here. Again, go to data, page variable, and then final name. Save it. Save the whole application. Go back and preview your application again. Now enter the data again. Joe. Now as you can see that Joe Goldberg full name is coming with concatenated result. Now I want to apply a formula function to my name, whatever I am entering. Like I want to capitalize the first letter of the word. So for that we can use a formula function from our formula tag. So for that, click on your component and then go to your button and then from logic panel, click on the variables, and then here we have assigned our value for the final name variable. Go to the formula section again. Now you can see that this text section is available here. You can see the capitalize function, formula function, which is available. If you scroll down to from your right panel, you can see the examples of a function, what function formula functions actually do. As you scroll down, like if we enter a single word with small cases, then it capitalizes the first letter of the word. If we will enter two letter with both first initial letters capitalized already, then it will remain the same. And as you can see here, this is the random small case and lower case and uppercase words are available, but it formats whole word in a proper manner. Like if we want to get the first initial letter as capital, so I will use this capitalize method to uppercase my first letter of the word of the name. So for that, I will just double click on this, erase this, again select the page variable, first name, then add the space between them, and then page last name. Now save it again. Now go back and preview your application, enter your name. As you can see, my both initial letters are small. I will get the result with both letter as a capital letter. We got the result as we wanted. Now, what if I want to capitalize all the letters in a word? For that, a function or formula function is available. We will again go to the formula section and then go to our text and scroll down. As you can see, this is available uppercase. It will capitalize all the letters in your string which you are passing inside the parameter or argument. So from here you can just write it down as uppercase, uppercase, save it, save the whole application again, and go back and preview your application again. Now I will enter the name again. Get the corrected name. See, I'm getting the result as the capital letters for whole letters. Now what we can see next example, for another example, we will create a new page. Let's add a page. Counter page. Okay. Delete this. Add a text. Now I want to create a dynamic text. When I will start a dynamic text where I will create a button from which whenever I tap on this button, it will change the value of the text. So I will assign a variable to a page variable. That variable type should be a number. Now give it a name as counter and type as number. Go back to your view. Now bind it to the page variable which we have created. Save it. Give it a initial value as a 0. as we want to start the counter from 0. It is already has the value as 0. Now go back to your view. Now what we want to do is apply the logic on this button. Click on this button and then go to your logic tab. First I will change the number label, count. Now I want to click on this button, and then the variable or the component should add +1 and show the result to this. So this will be a dynamic text which will be acting upon this button itself. Now for that, as the component is binded with the page variable, I want to assign a page variable again. So I will select the set page variable and then connect it with the component tab. Now in set page variable, when you will click on this, variable name is already assigned. Now we want to assign a value. For that, we will go to formula, as we want to add +1 on each tab. So go click on this icon and go to the formula. Here, search for counter. You can see the page variable, double click on it. Now for each tab, we want to add a number. So add a number as 1. So click on plus and then 1. It will add up and show it to the component which you have created. Save it. Save it again. Now preview your application. So we have not created a navigation to our second page which we have built. That is a counter page. For that, we will go to the navigation tab and then add item. Select this. You can change the icon from here. Like I want to add up, so it must have plus icon. I'll select it from here. Tab name I would give counter page. Page should be my counter page. Then save it. Again, preview your application. As you can see, the navigation bar has a counter page. You will click on it. Now I want to start the count. I will click on this button. It is not working. Let me see what is the issue. This is already bounded to the counter, and then so my logic gets deleted somehow. Don't know why. Oh, so what happened here, that I have applied the logic to my component, text component itself. So whenever I will type on the text component, it will change the value. Let me show what I have done wrong. Now, whenever I will type on this, it will change the value 1, 2, 3. So I want to apply that on button. So that's my mistake. I will add it again. I will cancel this. Go to your button. Now for button, you will again set the parameter variable. Connect this. Assign value. Go to your formula. Now select the counter and then +1. Save it. Save the whole application and then preview again. If we will see that. Go to your counter page. Now the button should work. Yes, it is working. Fine. Now what I want to do is use this component value in our another text. Whenever this counter reaches to the multiple of 5, then I will show a text that it is divisible by 5 or else. So I want to apply the logic on this. what I will do is go to the content, go to your formula tag again, clear this out, and fetch the value of the counter again. But first, we want to apply a condition. So for the conditions, we would use if statement as we do in our programming. So for that, we will go to our object. Let me see, search for it. Yes, I will double click on it. As you will scroll down in the right panel, you can see that if the value is true, then it would give the second value as output, and if the value is false, then it will give the third value as output. Now, in the first parameter, I should add the condition. So for condition, I want to fetch the counter. So go to your page was.counter, and then I want to check if it is divisible by 5 or not. So I will add the divide and then 5. I want to check it if it is variable or not. I think for this we need to check the mod of our variable. So I will just go to our math section. From here, mod is available. So what mod does, uh, if we will pass 4 and 2 here, then it will say that it will divide the 4 with 2 and then give the output as 0, as no remainder should be coming as an output. So it gives 0. Similarly, for let me search for 3, change it here 3. As you can see, when we will divide 4 by 3, it will give remainder as input 1. So I will add a condition here. If the mod of counter is divisible by 5 and gives remainder as 0, then I will enter here the true value and the false value according to the condition. It will give a output to our text. So I will give the condition as mod, double click on this. Now dividend should be page vares dot counter, and divisor should be 5. Now I want to give the true value and the false value. When the value is not divisible by 5, then I will just enter waiting, and when it is divisible by 5, then I will just enter it is divisible by 5. Now save it, save the whole application, and then preview. Now the value is 0. I've done something wrong. So here I haven't checked the variable, should be a 0 here. Now it will work fine. Save it again. Let's go to counter page. Now count it again, refresh this. See, the initial counter was at 0. When we will divide the 0 by 5, it will give output as a 5. That's why it was showing it is divisible by 5, and then counter goes to 5, then it is also showing it is divisible by 5. But if I will increase the counter again, it goes to 6, then it will show waiting. When it goes to 10, then again it is divisible by 5. Now I will show you the simple calculators or mathematical functions which you can use in your application. For that, I will create a page again, a calculator page. Okay, remove this title as I don't want. Go to your navigation and add this page to your navigation also. Select a icon as I want to create a calculator, so I will select a calculator, give it a name, calculator. Select the page which you have created. Now go back to your UI canvas. Here I will add a container. Now I want to operate two inputs from the user with and providing him or her as a drop down values for addition, subtraction, multiplication and division. For that I will add an input field or two fields and then a drop down field to select operation and then a button to calculate. Let me choose a style for this. Now it looks good. Now change the label of your components, like this will be my first value, this will be my second value, this will be as a select operation. Now go to your variables, add a page variable or two, and then change the name as first value, give it a type as number, and again for the second give it a type as number. Now I want to store the result in our result variable, so I will create one more which will show as a result in our application. It will be also of type number. Save it. Go back to your UI canvas. Now assign the variable or bind the variable to their respective components. Click on the icon, data variable, page variable, and then click on the first value for the first component. Similarly for the second, go to the data variable, page variable, and then second variable. Save it. Now for the select operations, we have created a drop down. So for this, we want to create a list which will give an output like if a user selects addition, then we must know it that it is a addition. So I will create a list of operations from here, option lists. Click on here and then add a value. A value will have a label and its value. Then you just need to add, like for addition, I will give it a name and then simply add a operator here. Similarly, I will do it for the subtraction. I will just give it as a name, add, subtract, provide a negative. Now multiply, add a star, and then in last divide, add a slash. Now save it. As you can see, 4 items are being added to our option list. Now I will change the label of this component button as calculate. I will add a title here to get my result after the operation. Go to the layout and then align it center. Go to the properties and change the binding. Data variables, page variables, and then select the result value. Save it. Now the result value is currently 0. I want to click on calculate and save the result on this component. Now I will apply all the logic on this button. So click on this button, go to your logic canvas. From here, we want to set a page variable. Like I want to change the result value of this component. Then the result value is my variable. So I will click on this component and select the set page variable from the logic canvas and add it here, and then connect it with the component tab. Select your page variable, and then the variable name should be looking as first variable, first value, and then go to your assigned value as we want to change it. And for that, I will use the formula. But first, what I will do, I need to check if the user selected addition, multiplication, divide, or multiply from the drop down. So I will not use it here. I will wait for this. Let's drag this here. Now I will use the condition from logic canvas, if condition. Scroll down and in the utility section, you can see the if condition. You can drag it to the logic canvas and then connect it. As we want to check it for 4 different conditions, I will add 4 different if condition. And then fourth one. Now select the first one, and the initial condition should be false. Go to the advanced section and name it as this is for addition, I will name it as add. Similarly, this is for subtraction, so sub. This will be for multiplication, and this will be for division. I will check the 4 conditions in our logic canvas. Now, if the user selects add, so for this, I'm going to add the condition using formula. So click on this icon to add the condition. Go to your formula, and I want to check the component value. So for the component value, you can select it from the formula, or you can go back and select it from the component properties. From the component properties, as I want to get the component property from another component, click on and then select from drop down field. Hmm, as it is showing it is not compatible. Let me go back again and then go to the variables. We are getting an issue because whenever I'm clicking on whenever user will select the um, options from drop down, then it must store in a variable. So for that, I will create a page variable again and then uh, store that operator in our page variable. So go again to your page variable and then create a variable. No initial value is needed. Save it. Go back to your view again. Now click on the component of button and then create a logic again. Now for this, whenever a user selects this component, I must bind it to the value. Go to your data variable, page variable, and then select the operator. Save it. Go to your button component. Now we will go to the formula. Here, I will search for operator. Page base dot operator equal to plus. Here the condition is checked. Save it. Again for the subsection, we will do the same. If the page operator is equals to minus, then it will satisfy this condition. Similarly for this multiplication, go to your formula, change it to the operator equal to star. I will just copy it, save it. Similarly for the divide, your formula, save it. Now first I will check if it is a from the drop down, if it is a plus, then I will set a page variable which is the result component. So let me connect the strings here. Now the assigned value will be from here. From here you will go to your formula and then page, where I will get the first value first and then add it to the second value. Now this will be stored in our result. So save it. And the variable name should be here. the final value or the result value, save it. Now save the whole application, go to your preview and then calculator. Here enter the number as you can enter, select the add and calculate. So here as you can see that 223 and 443 both are getting concatenated, but I want to add them. For addition, what we will do, the formula editor does that it will take it as a string. So to convert this string into integer, we should use a formula function to change its type. That is, we will use a integer formula function here. Double click on it. As it changes the value, just copy it, paste it here, and then again add the plus icon, add this again, remove this. Now it should work fine. Save it, go to the calculator and then add any value, calculate. Something is wrong. So what is wrong here is that we don't have to use the plus here, as we are using the formula functions. We can use a function of addition. So for this, search for add and double click on it. So the first variable should go here and the second variable to the second number. Now it should work fine. Save it, preview it again, go to the calculator, enter a number, select add, calculate, as you are getting the addition value, which is the result value of the first and second. Now I will apply the same logic to all the operations. So if this is false, then I want to connect this. Similarly, if the subtraction is not selected, then for multiplication, and then multiplication is not selected, then for division. Or what we can do is we can remove this or simply connect multiple strings from a logic canvas component to the similar component tab. It will check the, as it will optimize our result, because at the same time it will check add, subtract, multiplication and division. So again I will copy this, paste it here, similarly copy again, paste it here for the division, connect all the strings. Now for the subtraction, go to your formula and then instead of add, I want to use subtract. Save it. Similarly for the multiplication, select the multiply, save it. Now for addition, division. So select the divide. I'm sorry. Let me check it again. Page where's first value. This should be in the integer. Save it. Now it should work for the all operations selected by the user. Go to your preview again. First, go to the calculator. Then let's say we are adding up 100 and 5. First, I'm gonna add. It's 105. Now I'm gonna subtract. It's 95. Now I'm gonna multiply. So multiply is it? It's not working. Let me check it again. So there is the problem. Let's find out it should work again. Save the whole application. Now enter it 100, 5. Go to your multiply and calculate. Now it's giving an output. Now divide. It should be 20. Yes. So I hope you will get familiar with the formulas now, and you can use multiple different formulas which are available. As you can see, there are various sections which we have also discovered in our theory part. There is the utility tab, operation which you can apply on the text, statistical data which you can use. Also you can use financial engineering, math, list. There are various types of formula functions which you can use according to your requirements. So that is it for this video. Now in our next class we would learn how we can authorize our OData with SAP or SAP build apps and use it in our environment of build application. Thank you. Hi, in this video, we are going to learn about how to use OData in our SAP build application. So, what is OData? OData is an open data protocol which has ISO and IEC approved standards for building and using REST APIs. OData builds on the REST framework, which is software that defines how to send messages between system using HTTP. It can be third-party application or the local systems. SAP OData acts a bridge acts as a bridge between SAP and non-SAP system. It has a gateway interface in SAP GUI where we can test our OData APIs. For authentication of SAP OData in SAP Build Apps, we follow these steps. First, we obtain the OAuth 2 token. For that, we need to call OAuth or token service to obtain the OAuth 2 token for authentication. Then we will connect the SAP Build apps to OData with authentication. For this, we will first add the OData service as a destination in our SAP BTP account. In the destination, we need to set some required properties like URL or API, authentication type, client ID, and client secret. Then we move on our SAP Build Apps services, and then in data section, we create a data resource of type SAP BTP destination. Um, of type SAP BTP destination REST API integration in SAP Build Apps. Now you need to select the destination which we have created and enable it for authentication of the data resource. Now what we will do, we will set up the SAP OData authentication in SAP Build Apps. As OAuth authentication can be used for both newly created and existing OData services in SAP Gateway. Therefore, for enabling OAuth 2 authentication for OData services, we must ensure a trusted identity provider is configured for use with OData or OAuth 2.0. For that, we can use a T code in our SAP GUI, that is /IWFND/ment_service in the SAP to go to your SAP gateway host to enable OAuth for OData services. Before the release of 7.4, it is a SAP version. SAP uses NetWeaver. For that, we can use the given SAP notes to manually create and delete OAuth scopes for OData services. We can also configure OData as a remote source, as OData endpoints include basic OAuth 2 and OAuth 2 SAML, with basic being the default. OData and its basic authentication in SAP Cloud Platform with basic authentication may require specific configurations in SAP Cloud Connector and destinations to ensure successful authentication and data retrieval. And for implementing authentication for OData services in SAP HANA can be achieved through basic authentication or SAML 2.0 authentication. Before that, users faced challenges with implementing login and logout mechanisms and bearer assertion for SAML usage in OData services. Now, to authenticate SAP HANA Cloud OData with Build Apps involves steps like obtaining OAuth tokens, setting up destinations, and using the token for authentication in the app. Sometimes users' authentication may encounter issues like HTTP 302 errors during the selection of destination in build apps, which can be also resolved by troubleshooting the connection or authentication which we have created in our SAP BTP destination section. Now, to integrate OData with the SAP build apps, we first need to create a destination in SAP BTP. Therefore, our first step is to go to the Data tab in your SAP Build Apps project. Then click on SAP BTP destination. After that, enter the URL of your OData service and finally run the connection test to ensure whether the connection is successful or not. Now, to enable the authentication, you need to go to the Install tab and click on Add Integration. Then select the destination which you have created and then enable the data entity to enable the data access. I think that this slide is repeated. It is similar to previous one. So now after that, you need to launch the app for preview portal and open the web preview. Then after the application is launched, you will see that you are able to access your OData entries. To display your data from an OData services to a table component in SAP Build Apps, you will need to follow the similar steps as discussed above. Then after the integration part is done, you must go to your UI canvas and then from marketplace you can add and install a component called table component. After that, drag and drop a table component to your app layout, then bind the table to the OData destination by selecting the appropriate entity, then map the table columns to the OData entity properties. Then if you need to troubleshoot, then you will go to your troubleshooting for OData, and if the table is not displaying any data, you need to check that if the destination is correctly set up and the app giver is enabled. This is a property present in the destination services. And also you need to check that if OData services is returning any data in the table columns are mapped correctly to the entity or not. There are some limitations like SAP Build Apps currently do not automate calling OData functions or actions. It uses workarounds like REST data resources with destinations to manually achieve filtering and other OData manipulations. Like if we need to add some filtration to our APIs for a particular entity or entry, then we need to manually create those entities and filtration to our build apps. Thank you. Now let's get to our implementation section. Go to the SAP BTP cockpit again. Go to your sub account. This is the same process which we have done in our previous sections. Go to your sub account, trial. In your instance and subscription, you will get the application which you have subscribed to, that is SAP Build Apps. For this, you need to log in again. So we will create a new application for OData to display our table view. Go to web and mobile application, give yourself a name, table view, OData. Let me delete this. Now, if we want to integrate our OData, first I'm going to give you some idea about how OData works. Then if we will go to our Postman, I have added a OData here, which we have created in our SAP GUI OData services. This is the OData URI which you can get from SAP OData developer, and these are the some ports which will be used in our SAP BTP destination part, which we will enter these details to get our connection with our OData. Now, after I will execute this, I will get some data which we have created in our table. So these are some data. If you want to get these in JSON format, then we can pass here $format and here JSON. This data is in JSON. This is the data which I want to execute in our SAP build apps or want to view in our build application when we will be previewing our application which we have created. So for this, we will go to our HANA, then I will show you how the OData is created. So in SAGWT code, we have created API. These are the entities which we want to display in our build apps application. These properties are described in our table. So if we will go to our student, double click on it, entity, this ABAP structure is assigned to this student entity. So if we will go to our SAP T code, which is SE11, then here I will display my table. This is my table which I want to display in our build application. These are some fields which we have added in our table. So to view this in our build application or access OData in our application, we will use this URI. Now to view this in our SAP gateway interface, we will go to our service maintenance and then go to E8H underscore 000 and then click on SAP gateway client. Then here click on entity set. select your entity set which you have created and then execute, you will get the same data which we are getting in our Postman. So in gateway interface, we get only this URI, but if you will connect to your admin, then they will give the port which is being used for our OData, which is 8001, and the IP which where the SAP GUI is hosted. So to configure these, we will go back to our BTP. Here in the subscription section, when you will enter, then go to your security palette and no connectivity palette, and then go to your destinations. So here I don't want to show this destination because of some credential issues or security issues. So I will show you the screenshot of it. This is the screenshot. In this screenshot, you can enter these details like you need to give HTML5 dynamic to true. Firstly, when you will go to destinations, no destination will be created already, but this SAP build apps runtime destination is already being present right there. So what you need to do, you need to click on create destination and then enter the name as per your need for your OData, and then type. In the type section, you will give your HTTP, and in description, you will provide the description of the OData, and in the URL, you will provide the URL only till the servlet part, like from here. You will not provide the student set or entity set to your URL. We need to give our URL only till the services. So you will provide the URL till your services, and then give proxy type as internet, and then you need to select from the drop down as basic authentication and enter your username password as per your SAP account in the GUI. Then in the additional properties, you will not be able to see these properties initially, but when you will click on this new property button, you will be able to add these columns, and then you will set the HTML5 dynamic from the drop down and then enter the true value here. And for SAP client, as per your SAP configuration for the GUI, you need to enter the SAP client. You can see your SAP client from, if you will go here and then see, this is A4H, is the as A4H and 100. SAP client is 100. So I have entered here 100, and the web ID for system is S4H. If I will go to our SAP UI, here you can see that wait, go to here you can see that SID S4H. You can enter this S4ID here in web ID system after selecting it from the drop down, and then web ID enabled should be true. All these can be added from using new properties so that you can enter these details. After entering these details, you need to go to your application and then go to your authentication section. In the authentication section, I have already added the authentication. First, I'm going to remove it to show you. Now, when you will enter in your authentication section, you will see this interface. Then you need to enable the authentication from here, and then you need to select the SAP BTP authentication. Click OK, and then SAP BTP authentication has been configured, as you can see. Now save this application. Now go to your data section. Now, as you can see, you can create a data entity from here, and you can use Google Firebase. And for REST APIs, you can click on here and use REST APIs integration or data integration, Google Firebase, BTP destination, market search. Now, for further, I'm gonna do is add integration from here. So add integration, go to your add integration after authenticating your BTP. Now, then go to your BTP destinations. Now I have created a destination which is student. After selecting a student, you need to install this integration. So install this integration. After installing, you need to enable the data entity to be able to use in your UI canvas and able to preview it in your application. So enable the data entity. Now save and then exit. After that, go to your UI canvas and set this as table view from OData. Then go to your marketplace and search for table. As table is not initially available, so you need to install it. I have already installed it, so maybe it is not available here. Let me see. I'm gonna exit. Installed. So I'm not already installed it, so I need to install it again. Search for table in the marketplace and then see this basic table with data adapter. Select this component and then install it. After installing this, you need to drag and drop to your UI canvas here. Now what you need to do is toggle back to your variables and then go to the data variable section. Here you need to create a data variable. As you can see that in our data section, we have added a student when we have created the integration, then the sets which we have required is already integrated to our SAP build apps. So it is already present in our build apps data section. Now what we are going to do is just use these in our variables for data variable. So I will add the data variable from student set. You can give as per your requirement for this name, students table. Save this. Now toggle back to your view. Click on the table. In the right section of the properties for the table, when you will select the table, then in the table resource you can use this configure button, and after that go select your set which you want to integrate with your table, and here you just save and exit. Save this. Now go to your launch, open preview portal, open preview portal, which was our data, table view data. Open it. As you can see, these are some details which are already present in our tables. So this is the table, and if you want to change the heading of the or the title for the same, then you need to go to your launch section and then sorry, um, you need to go to your edit configuration, and then here you want to edit like ID. It will be displayed above the table. and student name. So I'm going to give it as a name or contact. Save and exit. Save it again. Review your application again. See, the ID, name and contact is coming up as a heading. So that is it for this video. In our next video, we will go through with our final project. Thank you. Hi everyone. So in this video, we are going to make our final project and also get familiar with OData in SAP. Our project will have the concept of CRUD operations, which is create, read, update, and delete. We will be applying this concept using our SAP OData. So first, let's see how we will be getting the data from SAP OData. First, I will go to my SAP logon. Now, I will go to my T-code SEGW where we create OData. Here, I have already created a OData which is ZAPI underscore project. In this, when we will go to our data model and entity type, we can see that we have created an entity with name students and it has properties ID, name, contact. If we will double click on the name students, which is an entity type, we can see that I have provided a ABAP structure to it, which is nothing but a data structure table. So for the table, I will go to my SE11 T code. Here I will use the same T code as same table name as I have provided in the ABAP structure. So I can see my table entries. I'm going to display it. Now this is my table. Here I have created a 3 fields. First is student ID, second is name, and third one is contact. Now to see the entries in our table, we will go to utilities and then table content and then display. Execute this. These are the entries which we are gonna use in our build apps by fetching it with the OData bridge. Now let's get back and see how our OData is working. As you can see here, when I generated the artifacts for this project of OData, then we have provided with some runtime artifacts. These are the runtime artifacts. Generally, we write code in our DPC extension because MPC extension is temporary. Whenever we will regenerate our artifacts, then the MPC extension code will be reset. That's why we always use DPC extension, because whenever we will be generating artifacts again for our project, then the code inside the DPC extension will not reset. Now if I will double click on it and then copy this, these are generally the classes for the OData for this project. So if we want to open this, we can double click on this and see all the methods defined under this class. Or also we can go back and copy this and go to our T codes, that is SE24 for the class viewer. This is the class builder T code SE24. Now I will enter the same class name, which is DPC extension for my project, and then go to in the change mode or display mode, whatever we want. Now I will enter for the display mode because I have already created some methods. So I have redefined some methods which are already present here, which is get entity set, update entity, delete entity, and create entity. So we use get entity for getting a single entity from our entries or our data table. And we use get entity set to get all the entries lies inside the table, or we can also apply filters to filter out the whole database according to our requirement. And for the update entity, we just update the existing entries which are present in our database table, and deletes the entries which we want as per the requirement. And then the create entity, if we want to create a new entry in our table, for that we should redefine this method. So first let's see how we create a get entity. This is my code for get entity. If you don't get familiar with this, you just need to understand this query. That is, I have selected all, star means I have selected all the fields from the G tab student into the corresponding fields of ER entity. ER entity is the structure which will be returned when we call our OData. So when we are getting a single entity from our table, we are selecting all the fields from our table to the structure called ER entity, which will be returned by our OData when we fetch the OData using third-party application, where ID is ls key tab and ls key tab value. So whenever we will provide the unique ID with the URL, then the unique ID will comes into ls key tab hyphen value. So we can easily get the specific value which we want in our OData. So this is get entity. Now get back to the previous. Now if we will see the get entity set, in this we use select star from Z tab into corresponding fields of ET entity set. So I have selected all the data which are present in our database table and show it by using a single URI for our OData. Now similarly, if we will go to update, then I have used the ER entity when we will apply the update with using OData, then we also have to give a payload with it. So payload which we will be giving with the URI will comes into ER underscore entity. So I have created a data structure here which is ls payload and given it type to the table itself, which is our main table for the student. So, and in the sixth line, I have updated the table with using my data ls payload, which is getting the data from move corresponding by ER entity. Now go back. For the delete, I have used the query which is delete the student tab underscore student from ls value, which we will be getting from the URL itself. Similarly, for the create entity, I have inserted here the Z tab student. I can't modify it because it is a new entry. So I need to insert the new entry in our table. So I have used the query insert Z tab underscore student from ls payload. Now go back and get to our gateway interface and see how it is working. To go to our gateway interface, go to your project, and then in the bottom you will see that service maintenance. Now double click on the E8H underscore 000 and register your service. After that, I have already registered my service, and also in previous video I have explained how to register your OData. So now you will go to your SAP gateway client. Click on yes. This is your URI which you will be using. So the entity set which I have created can be seen here, which is a student set. Now double click on it. Now, if we want to use the get entity set, let me open the notepad. Now, if we want to use the get entity set, for this, whole data of the database table will comes out if we will fetch using this API. So for entity set, all data will fetched, and the URI which we will be using is this. Now if we will execute it, you can see all the data which we have in our database table is available here for by response from the HTTP. Now, what if we want only single data? Like if we will see our program again. Let me go back to my program. Now, initially we have used entity set. Now we are using get entity. Get entity will only provide you a single entity from the database. So for using get entity, we will add the key value of our database table. So I will add like this, use the braces here, and then single quotes. Inside the single quotes, give the ID of the student. So I have used 1002. Now check that the radio button is on get is selected and then execute. See, initially we were getting the whole data from the database table, and now we are getting only single data using the student ID. Now, for we have read from the data, if we want to create or update our entries, then what we will do, we will use this as a request, the single entity which we are getting from here. So use as request. Now if we want to create anything in our database table, then we will select the radio button from the HTTP method as post. Now here I will change the ID. Let me do this 7 and change the name anything like test. change it to 5. Now you need to clear out this. You just need select the entity set. Now execute your URI. See, you can see that new entry is created in our table. If you want to see in your table, you can see, and also we can read it from here. So our URI is 1007. This is the student ID which we have created right now. Let me copy this. Now if we will execute it by selecting get from HTTP method, we can see we are getting the single entity which is present in our database table. Now to update, we use put. So I will update the same uh, entry which we have created right now. So again use as request the similar entry. Now let's change it to test 2 and select the radio button from here, and then keep the URI same as it is used here. Now execute it again. Status code is 204. Now the update is successful. Now if we will get the same entry again by executing this, then we can see that our name has been changed. Now for delete, we just need to change the radio button to delete and then execute. So I want to delete this data which I have created right now, with student ID 1007. Now execute it. It is a success code which is 204. And now if I will try to read it again, then I will get an error. See. So this is how the create, read, update, delete, the CRUD operation works in our OData, SAP's OData. Now let's create our final project in our SAP Build Apps, in which we will be using CRUD operations to create and read, update, delete in our database table and see the full table in a single go, and then add a search button to search through build apps in our entries. Now close this, go to your BTP cockpit again. In our project, we will be creating a dashboard which will include uh, 5 cards which have add students, find students, update students, delete student, and a tab, a card which will be navigating to our database table which has all the entries, and then we will apply a search filter on that table. So as soon as it opens, it takes time. Whenever it takes time, let's you need to clear out the cookies or cache. Yes, it is open now. Let me sign in again. Go to your trial again. Now go to your trial account. select the trial sub account, go to your instance and subscriptions. From here, we will go to SAP Build Apps. Now log in again. Here create a project. We will be creating an build application. So select the SAP Build Apps and then web and mobile application. Give the name for your final project. So I will be giving student dashboard. I have already added the configuration in our destination. When you will go to your connectivity and then destination, then you can add your configuration as I have told you in my earlier video. Now I have already added this API which I am using. So in our build application, first what we will do is let me delete this. Now we will go to our drop down and select the full screen. Now here first I will create a dashboard which will include our add student, find student, update student entries and delete it, and then we will add a card which will navigate us to our database table. So first what I'm gonna do, go to our navigation and then from here I want to disable the header bar. So select this and go to no and then disable the navigation menu to no. Save it. Now I want to authenticate my data which I have added in our connectivity destination. So my BTP configuration is already set. Now go back to your data and now from here add integration. Go to your SAP system, BTP destinations, select the destination which you have created. So I have created a student destination. Install this integration in your build application. Now after installing the destination, you need to enable the data entity. After enabling it, you need to exit and save. Now go to your UI canvas and give it a headline which is student dashboard, and then we can choose the style, like I want to give it a bigger size, so let me give this, and from layout section we can align it to the center. Good. Now I want an underline below it, so I will use the list divider from my left panel. Just drag and drop this component, so align will come up. If we will launch our previous application, then we can see a single line is coming up below the student dashboard title. Let me open it again. I think I haven't saved it. Save it again and then launch again. Open web preview, then open your student dashboard. So Let me edit something and then we will try it again to preview our application. Now I want to add a card. So I will add 5 cards. 2, 3, 4, 5. Now the first card will have add student's title as a title. So I will write it here. Add students. I don't want to see the contents which is written here. So when you will be editing from properties, then you can see the content property here. You just need to clear out the text written in the content. So I just only want to see the title. Similarly, for the next, I will select the name as find students. Clear out the content. Now for the third one, I will update the students entry. So update student and then delete. And then last, I want to see full table. So view database. Now it's good. Clear out the content. Now to make it more attractive, we can use containers from the layout. Add the container and then you can drag and drop this from the layout itself, or you can go to your tree and then from here you can select the card and then drag it to the container. So these are two which are in container 1. So for the container, select the container first from the tree or from the layout itself, or and then you can go to the right panel and select the layout panel. From here you can change the layout of the elements which are inside in the container. Go to your layout and then in the layout section you can see that the elements are defined vertically. From here you can select it horizontally, so we can get the elements horizontally. Similarly, I will do it for next 2 elements. Add a container and then drag these here. Now for this container again, I will go to our layout and then from layout I will select the horizontal. Now it looks good. Let me try to view in our application. I am able to view this. No, still not visible. Let me clear out the cache cookies. Then close it. Open preview portal again and then preview on web. This is the application. I don't want. I got the issue that when I will go to navigation, then when I have disabled the navigation menu from here, then after disabling this navigation, you just need to select the page also which on which you have disable the page, then save it, and then now again preview it. See, so that was a silly mistake which I have done. I have also discussed this in our earlier video. Now go back to your UI canvas and add some margin below it. So I want to add padding to our component. So select the component for the card view which we have added, and then go to your layout. From the layout, you can just go to your width and height. No, add a vertical spacing to your layout. From select here and then give it a top spacing. I will give it as 5 pixels, and then bottom spacing as 5 pixels. Now it looks good. Now similarly, I will do the for the rest of the components. Add vertical spacing, add pixel as a 5, bottom as a 5, and then for the update students, add vertical spacing, top spacing as a 5, and then bottom spacing as a 5. These are the paddings which are being added to our components. Now again, for the delete, add 5 pixels, add 5 pixels. Earlier our app was looking like this. Now if I will save this, and then we can see it looks better now. Now I want to apply navigation to all these cards which we have added. For that we need to add pages. So to add pages, we will go to our home page. From this drop down, we will add some pages here. So first I will add a page called add page, and then find page, after that update page, and then delete page, and then last view database, which is table page. Select OK. Now go back to your home screen and apply the navigations. So to apply navigation, select your components and select the logic card below, and then from the logic canvas you need to select a component called open page. So drag this and drop to the logic canvas and connect this component with the component tab event. So whenever a user taps on this card, this page will be open, which we will be setting. So select your component from your logic canvas, and then from here you can select the page which you want to navigate to. So this page is already been added to our component. If we will click on this, then we can see all our pages where we want to navigate. So I want to navigate to add page right now and save it. So now if I will save this and go back to my application, and if I click on this add student, now I will be navigating to our page. Similarly for others, we will apply same logic to our logic canvas. Select the component from logic canvas, and then connect it and select the page where you want to navigate. So this was our find student. So I will go and select the find page. Now save it. and then update student. Select the open page component again, and then select the page for the update page. Save it. Similarly, for the delete student card, select the component, connect it, open the page, which is delete page, save this, and then the view database. Now select this and select the table page. Save this. Now first we will be using we will be applying all the logics in our students add students page. Now select the add student page from the home page. Select this. Here change the name as add students, align it to the center, add a line, delete this text. Now we need three input fields to create an entry to our database by using OData. So I will be using three input fields, 1, 2, and 3. Now first one is ID. So I will label it as a student ID, and the second one will be our name. So give it a label as a name, and then third one will be our contact. Now we need to create variables. So go toggle back to your variable and then create page variables. In the page variable we will use all three fields which we are updating. So first one is student ID, and then second one is name, and then contact. Save this. Go back to your UI canvas. Now assign those values and bound it to the page parameters, page variables which we have already created right now. Click on this, go to your data and variables, page variables, and then select the corresponding properties which we have created. Similarly, for the name, I will go back to values, data and variable, and then from page variable I will select the name, save this, then contacts, go to your value again, and then from data variables I will be selecting contact. Save from here. Now I will add a button. This button will have the functionality to create an entry in our database table. So I will label it as create. We can give the width to our components. So I will be giving 200 pixel to my component as width. Similarly, you can do it for all the elements. From width and height, you can go to the pixel size, and then you can select the pixel size as per your requirement. So I'm selecting here 200. Now for the contacts also, sorry. Now for the create button, I have typed it wrong. Create. Go back to your layout and then from the width height, I will give it as width 100 pixels. Now it's look good. Save this. Now all the functionality which we are going to add will be on this button. So select this component, and then in the component, you in the logic canvas you can see the component type event. So I want to create to our database. So for that, I will scroll down in our logic canvas components, and then we can see that I have a component called create record. So drag this as we want to create a record and connect it to the component tab component event. And then after selecting this, we want to update the resource which is student set, which we have added in our data. So from record from the username we will select student set, and then the record which we want to update is a custom object. So the custom object will give three values, which is student ID, name, and contact. So click on the custom object and then provide the student ID, student name, and phone number. So we have already created the variables. So I will bound these details with the variables itself. Whenever user enters these values in any input fields, the variables will be updated, and then these bindings will be updated. So from this, you need to go to your data and variables, and then select the variable which you have created. Save this. Similarly, do this for the name. Name, save, and then contact. Save it. Save it here. Save this. So we have created the create, but how can we read it? Like if we create anything in our from using our web preview application, if we will go to our add students, then to view this we need to update the component, update the card component, which is find components, or let me update the full database. So go to your home page again, sorry, table page again, and then change these two properties as the student database, and then go to your layout, set the line to the center, add a list divider, delete this. Now if we want to see a table, or we can also see it by using list item. So we have already seen how we have applied the table to our table adapter, which we have installed from the marketplace. For this time we will be using the list item. So drag this list item, and then after selecting this list item, go back to your properties, and when you will scroll down, then you can see that repeated width. In repeated width, if we will select our um, component properties, wait, in the primary label, I think I have not added the database. So first, whenever you want to add some values to your list view or list item, then you just need to create a data variable for your table. So go back to your variables and add a data variable which will be bounded to our student or data student set. So after adding this student set, it is a collection of data records. So I will select the radio button from here and then save this. Toggle back to your UI canvas again, and then now go back to your properties for the list, and from here go to your data and variables, and then data variable, and then select the student set, which is a data variable we have created. Save this. Now if we will preview this, we can see that name is not right now assigned because we haven't updated the label, primary label and secondary label, but the number of fields which are repeated is same as our number of entries in our database. So let me update the labels also. So from here you can select the data item in repeat, which is current, and I want to give the primary label as student name. Save this, and secondary label as student contact number, and save this. Now if we will save it and see the list, then we will get the name and mobile number from here. So let me add a value to my add student components. So in our add student components, let's create a value 1010, name as test, contact 123. Let's create it. So go back and then see whether it is created or not. So the creation has been successful, the entity which we have created by using add entries. Now if we want to see the URI which is passed to fetch the component, we will see it further in the video. First let's get and see how get entity works for a single item. Now go back and go to your find page, and then from here select the heading, find students, align it to the center, add a line item or a list divider, my bad. Now I want to give an input field where we can search, give an input to the field, and then add a button to find. Here the user will enter the ID for the student and then find using the button. So for the label, I will change the label to the student ID, and then button to find. Give the width as 200 pixels, and then for the button component I will provide it width as 100 pixels. Now create a variable first, which is a page variable. It will be student ID again. Save this. Go back to your UI canvas again. Now I will be applying on the logic to our find button. So by using find, I want to search an element or entry from our database. So if you scroll down in your logic canvas component collection, then you can see this get record collection or get record. If we want to fetch all the database from the database table, all, then we will use the get record collection, and if we want to use the single entry, then we will use the get record component. So drag this and connect it to the component tab. Now click on this component, and then you can see that resource name is already set to this component, and then we need to pass the student ID as it is mandatory. So we will bound this student ID with my page variable which I have created. Save this. Now bound the input field to the page variable. Again, go to data and variables, go to your page variable, and then bind it here. Now save this. Go back to your application. Now if you will go to find a student and then search for any student ID 1002, let's say, and then find. So now I have not added any variable where we can see the output. So let's add some text where we can see the value. So let's bind it to go back and then go back to your page variable student ID. Now from here you can see that after component type we get the record from the table, but we haven't set any variables to this. So create a variable again to the page variables, and then in the variable I want to give name, and then the contact which I want to receive. Save this and toggle back to the UI canvas again, and then from here I want to set a page variable. So select a component which is set page variable from the logic canvas and then connect it to the get record. Now if you will tap on the get record, you can see that in the right panel from the output section, if the success record, the record is successfully retrieved, then the upper connector will be working, and then if it is not working, then the below connector will be working. I will add a message to the container after the main logic is done with this project. Now select this and then set a page variable, go to your properties and then variable name. From the variable name you will select the name, and then assigned value will be output value of another node. From here we have fetched the record, so go to your get record and then go to your student name which is fetched by using logic canvas. Save it. Now again we want to set a page variable which is for context. You can connect it again with this get record and then select the variable as a contact and then assign it value as output value of another node. Select this and then go to your get record and then select the phone number from the record. Save it. Now the variable is set. The text which we have added bound the content with the variables also. Save this. Similarly do this for the another one. Go to your data and variable, page variable, and select the contact. Now if we will be trying to fetch after save, fetch the records from our application, then we will be getting the value in the below text elements. Like we want to search 1002 and go to find. I'm getting the values from the table. Now the read section is done, and I need to update now. Update students. Go to your update page. Similarly, add the heading as update student, align it to the center, add a list divider, delete this text component, and then for update we will be using 3 input fields again to fetch the ID of the entry which we are going to update, and then the name, and then the contact. Similarly, again you need to correct the label for the database or user experience, change it to the name, and then contact, add a button which will be updating to our database. So update. From the layout section, I will change the width of the component by using pixels. Give it 100 pixels, and for the input components, I will be giving 200 pixels. $200. Now add variables as page variable. First one will be student ID, then name, and then contact. Save this, toggle back, go to your update and add the logic from the logic canvas and select the component which is update record. Connect this to the component tab, select the update record. Now I want to update from student set. First I need to bound the input fields with the variables. So go to your properties after selecting the component, and from value select the variables. Select the corresponding variable with the type of which is defined in the variables name, and then similarly for the contacts. Now go to the logic for the update button, select the update record, and then here in the student ID, as you can see, it is mandatory to specify the particular entry in the database table. I will bind it to the page variable of student ID. Save this. Now I need to provide the record, or we can say that we need to give the name or number if we will be updating any entries. So select the variable which you have created in page variable, name, save this, and for the phone number select the component contact from page variables. Save this, save it again. Now if we will see the data for 1005, let's say, find Dusty Crimson, whatever it is, 1005, go back and update it. So I want to update it as 1005, provide the same ID, and then let's say updated entry, contact as anything you want, update it, go back and check same for the same entry. Now we are getting the updated value from the database table as our update student card is working fine. Now I will be applying the delete student logic in our build apps. Go to your build apps and select the delete page again. Now from here change this delete student. Now align it to the center, add the list divider again, delete this. For deleting we just need a input field for the ID specification and then a button to execute the logic. For this I want to change the width to 200 and then change the label to student ID and then change the width of the button to 100 pixels. Go to the properties again and change the label to delete. Add a variable as student ID, toggle back, save. Now to add the logic, you will click on the delete button and in the logic canvas you will select from the data tab delete record, connect it to the component tab and then resource name is already selected. Now we need to select the student ID which is bound to the page variable, but it is so I have created our variable in our app variable. Let me remove this from the apps and add it to our page variable. Student ID, go back to your view, bind it to the input field, page variable, and then go to your delete section, select your delete logic component, and then from here select bind the student ID to the page variable which is student ID. Save this. Now it should be working. Go back to preview your apps. Now if we will check our 1005 entry, this was the entry, but now go back and in the delete student select the 1005 entry and then delete it. After deleting, go back and find the similar ID, find with similar ID, find it. No data is coming because the entry in the database table is deleted. So this was the logic, and now all the cards are being done. Let's see how the background process works. Now go back again, and now if we want to find a student, use then what happens in our network processes, like how the OData is working. Now let's fetch 1001 with student with ID 1001 and find it. This is the data. Now if you will go to your inspect in your browser and then go to your network, from here again click on find, you can see that our student entity is called. From here if we will see our payload, you can see that 1001 is passed to our URL as a student set. Now if we want to preview the metadata, this is the metadata which we are receiving from the SAP's OData and the response which we are receiving from the OData. So similarly, we will be getting or fetching the OData for all the add, create, read, update, delete components. Now what we want to do is to add a search button to our list component. As you can see that if the list is so long in our database, then how we can filter out using the list items. So for that, go to your table page again, and if you will see in the left section, you have a component which is search bar. Add this component to your UI canvas, and then add a variable, as we want to filter out the data by using names. So I'm adding a variable which is name. Go back to your UI canvas. Whenever I will enter anything in this, it will be binded to our sorry, let me delete this. I've created this on app variables, but I want to create it on page variable as name. Now go back and bind it to our page variable again. Save this. Now click on your list item or list component. Now we applied the filter or selected the entity set which is student set from our OData, but I want to apply filter by using search button. So for that we can use conditions from or formula from our binding. If you will go back, then from here you can see the formula section. Click on the formula and click it here. From here, clear out this for now. Now I want to use a if condition. We have already discussed this in our previous lectures. So write it on if and double click on this. Now I need to write the condition here. So I want to apply the condition on page variable. I will go to my page variable name. If my page variable which is name is empty, then I don't want to apply any filters for now. Then if it is empty, then I want to show the whole entries which are available in our database. So I will select all the data from the student sets. Double click on this. Now if the search button has no fields or no values in it, then we will be able to see all the entries from our database table. And if it is not empty, if it has some values, then the third parameter will be working, which is a false value. So in the false value, we will be using filtration. So for filtration, we will use select, double click on this, and then select the list on which we want to apply the filter. So we want to apply the filter in our student set itself. Select the student set. Now in filtering formula, we want to see if that student set contains any item which has same name as the page variable which we have created, then filter out the student set data. So for that I will use contains, and then I will use the uppercase as the all the values are being available in uppercase, and then in the upper text I will provide the item dot student stud name, and then comma I will provide here upper case, then page where name. So this is our formula to filter out our list. If the search field is empty, then I will show all the entries in our database, and if it is not empty, it has some values, then it will filter out by using um, the entries which we have provided in our search field. So now missing close parenthesis, I think. Now save this, save it again. Now go back to your application, view database. As you can see, this is search button. Now I will be entering J. As you can see that all the names by starting with J is being filtered out. I will use T. Similarly, you can apply multiple filters and operations by using formula as I have used here. This was the formula. Similarly, all the formulas here is for your help. You can use cryptography for encryption, date, time, engineering, financial, logics itself. And then let's add to our home page, go back. We can also use system variable as per the user's login. Let me add a text here. From here we can again use the formula, like we want to welcome our user, current user, so I will be using welcome and then plus. Now I will be using system variable. From system variable, select the name for the current user. Now save this, save it again. Now go back to your application. As you can see that welcome, so it is providing us the email. Let me change it, current user name. So this is the first name. We will be selecting this from the system variable current user dot first name and then save this. Now it should book the first name. Yes. Now everything is done. Let's get the final touch up. Like if we will go to our create add page. Now go back to your logic, and if the data record is created, we want to give a message to our user as it is not interactive. So to give a message, we will be using toast component from our logic canvas. Add this and connect to the create component. As if it is success, then upper toggle will be working, and if it is a failure, then below toggle will be working. So for success, I will provide student entry is created Now copy this for the error message. If it has some error, then some error occurred. Save this. Do this for other pages also. For find, I don't need to provide toast message for this, I think, because the variables are coming in this text element itself. And then for the delete page, add the toast message as student entry is deleted, or some error, or we can say that id does not exist. Save this. Now similarly for the update page, add the toast entry updated successfully, or if it is failed, then some error has occurred. Save this. Now go back and preview your application. Now if I will find not available ID, then it should give, sorry, I haven't applied in this section. Like for delete, let's say I provide the random student ID and then delete it, and I have a toast message that is ID does not exist. So this was the application. This is the final project which we have created in Build Apps. We can achieve lot more in this. We can also create more complex applications. So this project was to get you familiar with the potential of this SAP Build Apps application. Like we can use also complex projects in our Build Apps. It is, and whatever you want to add, anything I'm missing out? No, but you can figure out anything if you want. Like it's very easy and simple to use. So that is it for this video. This was our final project which we were creating. Thank you.